要讲吗？我们掌声欢迎我们海洋委员会的大家长管碧玲主任委员莅临现场。各位长官、贵宾以及参赛者，大家早安！欢迎来到2023台湾海洋国际青年论坛海洋委员会与青年学子对话。在对话正式开始之前，将先恭请我们海洋委员会的大家长管碧玲诸位来为我们说几句勉励的话，接着再来听各队队长分享参赛动机与提案心得。For our international participants, good morning and welcome to Ocean Challenge, Youth Dialogue with Ocean Affairs Council. We're very pleased to have Minister Guan here with us today. She's going to have some remarks for you before we get started, and then we'll go around the room to hear each of you share your motivation for participating in this event. Now, without further ado, please join me in welcoming Minister Guan to deliver her remarks. 恭请主委上前致辞。
Deputy Minister Hong, Deputy Branch Chief Mr. Lambert, Professor Chen, Professor Liu, and Director Xie, where are you? Yeah. And all the participants, good morning, everyone. Okay. First of all, congratulations on being selected as the finalist teams for Ocean Challenge 2023. I heard this year's competition was quite intense since we've got a number of applications from around the world. Your proposals stood out among many competitors, which explains you truly generate wonderful ideas for our oceans. So, once again, congratulations. Furthermore, I'm impressed and pleased to see that you adopt a proactive attitude towards ocean and the environment we live in. Your enthusiasm, energy, patience, and creativity will become an important driving force for protecting our ocean in the future. This year marks the 5th year of the Ocean Challenge competition and is also the first time we bring everybody back to face-to-face communication after the pandemic. It provides opportunity for young people to come together and discuss various challenges facing the ocean. By brainstorming and putting our heads together, we can come up with new ways to solve different ocean issues. The challenges facing the ocean are complex and diverse, ranging across the environment, technology, pollution, conservation, scientific research, and fisheries. Therefore, a sound legal framework for the ocean is necessary for our continued efforts in ocean affairs. The Ocean Affairs Council is committed to driving this process forward. For example, the Interior Committee of Legislative Branch just reviewed the draft amendment to the Marine Pollution Control Act and the Use of Coast Guard Equipment Act, giving the Ocean Affairs Council greater management efficiency over the marine environment and ensuring that marine law enforcement officers can exercise their public powers without any worries. However, protecting the ocean and the resources requires the joint effort both of private and public sectors. While the government is gradually implementing ocean policies through legal construction, civic engagement and creativity are needed to maximize the benefits of collective wisdom. And the power of youth is an integral part of this process. Young generations are the most creative and courageous group of people who are willing to try new things. Your creative ideas have shown us that young people can think outside the box and are very brave enough to challenge problems. I hope that in the future, each one of you can continue to innovate with your creative spirit and to your all brave minds, very, very great minds to facing the ocean challenges. I'm looking forward to your performance as the final presentation round on June 1st and 2nd. Let's work together to make the oceans we want in the future. And you all have a good workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Guan。让我们再次掌声，谢谢主委。现在我们将邀请所有与会者一起合影留念。Now I would like to invite everyone to take group photos together. 我们将拍摄2组照片。第一组照片呢，摄影师将从舞台上帮大家拍照。那么首先，我们先请长官往前移架至定位，请工作人员协助引导。
学生可要
好，
我们学生可
我们决选团队留在原地拿起你的队牌起立。
请决选团队起立。
Finalist teams, please stand up.
有看得到，看得到。
可以举起你的队牌哦，请各位可以举起你的队牌。来看镜头，
再进来一点哦哈。
来，我们后面的决选团队尽量
学生往中间靠拢。
还有我们国际组的也已经入境喽。
再一次就好喽。
OK 吗？好，来，接下来要第2张。
好，我们接下来拍摄第2组照片，请长官往前移驾到舞台这一方，请工作人员协助引导。
来，我请我们决选团队往前到我们的一个后方，来，请移动，请移动，谢谢，带着您的队牌。
请指导老师站在我们长官这一排的旁边。
哦，队牌啊，不用队牌，对不起。嘿，来，请我们往前移动，请我们往前移动。后面的决选团队也请加快脚步，谢谢。
学生在后面哦，学生
我们
在后面。
征求1排同学坐在前面，好不好？我们征求1排同学坐在前面哦。对，我们有没有可以坐在前面的1排同学？对，谢谢，可以坐下来。好，好，记得坐下来哦。好，我们一起留下非常非常开心的一个合影，我们今天的开幕的合影。后面可以往后站，对，舞台可以往后站。来，请工作人员协助引导我们快速就定位哦。第一个决选团队，请往后站。这边还有位置，对，这边还有位置哦。好，请过来。哎，这个如果个子小，可以在前面坐下来，坐下来。好了。
这边还有位置。
好，我们就定位之后，C要带我们做一个
好，这张照片
非常
我们要比一个手势哦，请大家举起你的2只手，左手握拳代表我们 Ocean 的 O， 右手比个 C 代表 Challenge 的 C。然后呢，2只手在胸前交叉，代表我们 Ocean Challenge Fighting， 我们要一起对抗海洋挑战。左手是 O， 右手是 C 哦，然后在胸前交叉，
左手 O， 右手 C， 对 ，C 的开口向外面，左手握拳，对。好，来，我们的最后一组，来把你的笑容摆出来，来交叉 O 跟 C 交叉 ，Ocean Challenge。好，非常可爱，很多还是合力完成，谢谢。
好，主委接下来有其他行程必须离席了，让我们再一次热烈掌声，谢谢主委莅临我们会场，
谢谢主委，
谢谢主委。
错的吧？
对，好像没错，但他好像。So now it's time for us to hear you talk about your motivation to join this event and your experience in proposing solutions. So we're very honored to have Deputy Minister Hong host this conversation and continue this session with us. And next, I will call out the names of each team in order. When you hear your team's name, please have the captain stand up and share your story with everyone. Now, beginning with the team category, let's welcome our first team, Plastic Chaser, 塑化猎人队 from Morrison Academy 高雄。Captain, please stand up. Okay.
Hello, I'm Mike, and this is my team, the Plastic Chasers. This is Yuki, Daniel, Jaden, and Emily. One day we were playing at the beach when we spotted a couple of plastic bottles lying on the ocean surface. This broke our hearts. Ever since we were little, we have loved the ocean, and this is unfortunate that it's happening to it. It was disheartening to see plastic waste in the water, as this could harm marine animals and disrupt the ecosystem. We realized that this was not an isolated incident, and that plastic pollution was a global problem that needed to be addressed. Together, we are determined to take action and make a difference in our own small way. We decided to sign up for the Ocean Challenge, where we would work to find microplastic waste in the ocean and promote awareness about the issue. We spent countless hours preparing for the event, researching the best methods for collecting samples of and testing for microplastic waste in water, as well as creating educational material to share with the public. Our hard work paid off as we were able to find a cheap and effective way to test for microplastics in water. We hope our efforts can help allow for the topic of ocean microplastics to enter into our daily education and raise awareness about the issue. As a team, we are proud of what we accomplished, and we wish to continue our efforts to protect the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Plastic Chaser. Now next, please welcome Aqua Guardians from Kangchou International School.
Hi everyone, we are the Aqua Guardians, and today we are very excited to present our innovative solution for better water quality monitoring system, which is the Aqua Guardian device. So currently, Taiwan's water system monitoring faces several challenges, such as inaccessible offshore areas, costly expenses, and also inefficient detection methods. Without real-time data, citizens are unaware of the true state of Taiwan's water quality monitoring. Also, at the same time, escalating ocean water pollution threatens marine wildlife. So these problems motivated our team to design the Aqua Guardian, affordable real-time water quality monitors. So it has IoT, with its IoT capabilities, we aim to form an extensive network of automated devices, achieve high coverage across Taiwan, and also encourage citizens to participate in water quality maintenance. With Aqua Guardian, citizens, scientists, and government agencies can join forces together to safeguard our oceans. We enjoy our experience in Ocean Challenge so far, and our team looks forward to seeing everyone in the finals. Thank you.
Thank you, Aqua Guardians. And the next team is 安安刚刚好像有什么东西滑进去了 from National Zhudong Senior High School, Keelung Municipal Anle Senior High School, and Taipei Municipal Huajiang Senior High School.
Good day, judges and fellow ocean lovers. My name is Zoe, and it's a great honor for me to be here, and this is my team. So today I'm going to tell you guys about our motivation and our proposal. So that summer, we attended a marine environmental activity in Ma'ao. First, let me introduce Ma'ao Village to you guys. Ma'ao Village is once a beautiful seaside village in the north of the Taiwan. And because of the ocean pollutions, what they rely living on is now decreasing and causing the village to go down. And we end up coming with some solutions that combine with local culture to help the village. And by understanding the environment of Ma'ao, we have more understanding about the ocean too. So we come up, not only do we want to help the environment in Ma'ao, we also want to help the environment in many areas by sharing our ideas and our solutions to your problem. Yeah, thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next, please welcome Ocean Detector from Kangchou International School.
Hello everyone, we are the Ocean Detector. Protect the ocean for today and tomorrow. My name is Noya and my teammate's name is Sydney. We would like to attend Ocean Challenge because we saw marine life such as sea turtles becoming endangered in Taiwan. However, people mostly have some ideas and concept about ocean environment and ocean pollutions. In addition, there are professions protecting the environments for us. So our team decided to focus on educating the kids to prepare them to protect the ocean environments in the future. By creating the storybook, our team is expecting to educate the kids in an entertaining way to inspire their own curiosity and likeness towards the ocean environments. After attending and working on the project, we found out how ocean is important to us in our daily life and how it can affect us a lot. And by doing research, we found out how the role of ocean environment, ocean pollution, and marine life in the ecosystem. This arouses our desire to protect the ocean environments even more. From this project, we're looking forward to educate our further generations to create a group of people that can help us protect our beautiful ocean environments in the future. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ocean Detector. Next, please welcome the Weddle C from Kangchao International School.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kelly, and I'm the leader of Team Weddle, and I'm delighted to convey our idea for participating in this Ocean Challenge. So our team received access to this opportunity from our teacher in the Entrepreneurship Club, and my members and I understand the urgent need to protect our oceans. And also, we are also passionate about finding innovative and creative ways to handle with the ocean problem. So throughout the progress, we did extensive research and gathered relevant data to construct a plan. And in order to connect in a fun way to appeal the target audience and the marine theme, we later came up with the idea of designing a board game for students and educators. So we all enjoyed the designing the elements to be placed inside the board game, such as the cards and the characters and other engaging elements. But however, we also find like the over cost forecasting is quite hard for us. And we realized that planning a project is not an easy task to apply in real life. So the process of completing this project required planning, decision-making, brainstorming, as well as like the creativity. And we are elated at the idea of showing you all for our development, and follow us along to set on this fascinating journey to improve the state of our ocean. Thank you.
Thank you, the Weddle C. And next, please welcome ITSEA from International Bilingual School at Tainan Science Park.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Yan, and we are ITSE. Sorry to correct you, but we're ITSE, not ITSEA. So our team has found it quite common to see repeating proposals of like building a robot or collecting data. And as teenagers, we found that we cannot provide large enough impact through such conventional ways. So we must find some unconventional way to save the ocean. And as the ocean is a big part of the future and our current lives, we shouldn't just let it go to waste. But by repeating such proposals, where we're never going to get anywhere, all we're doing is joining a competition just to say an idea and get out of it. So there's nothing inherently wrong with these proposals, but they just don't provide enough impact as teenagers, as we're from the youth category. So so our idea involves using probiotics in fish farms to reduce the industry of fishing in the ocean, open sea fishing. Yeah, so we are the future of the world, and being bogged down by suffocating ideas and environments creates a world where solutions aren't found, they're only remade. Thank you.
Thank you, ITSEA. Now we will go to the youth category. Please welcome International Roots and Shoes team from Changrong Christian University.
Hello, everyone. My name is Vincent. I'm from Tanzania. I'm the leader of International Roots and Shoots from Changjang Christian University. So here I have my team. I have Michael from Tanzania. I have Minky and Champion from Taiwan. I have Jean from Burundi and John from Uganda. So you can see we are internationally. So sharing about my experience and motivations, I'll start first with my background. I'm from Tanzania. Tanzania is located in Africa. And most of my friends in Taiwan, sometimes they joke at me. They say, "Oh, you're from Africa? We know Africa is a dry place." Means they know that some countries in Africa, we have shortage of water, and that is true. We have many countries in Africa, they facing shortage of water. But myself, I ask it many times, don't we have oceans? Don't we have lakes? Don't we have rivers? The correct answer is we do have. But do we protect those oceans, rivers, and lakes? I don't have the correct answer. So that is my background. And this is why I'm motivated to focus on ocean conservation. My second part is my school major. Now I'm studying about international program for sustainable development. Focus on sustainable development. Sustainable development is, you know, a big major to start because focus on many things. But the best thing we are concerned about right now is about ocean as our project, ocean challenge, marine conservation, lakes, rivers conservation. In my school, since I joined my school, I have been working as a team leader in River Watch and studying about river conservation around the school, focus on the project with my teammates about river conservation, and we have doing water quality monitoring around the campus and providing the data to the government. And the government is still appreciating our effort as a young generation. So you can see we started from River Watch and now we are focused on the ocean challenge. Last summer, we went in Charlotte about sea turtle conservation project. We are doing research about sea turtle conservation and using the first ID of the sea turtle to identify the green sea turtle and also finding the problem facing sea turtle in the Liocho Island. So we had 40 days to work in Charlotte and we have to do beach cleanup every day and also design the art installation from the waste we collected from the beach. Actually, we were 4 of us here, but the community in Charlotte, they found that something we do there is very profitable and have a great role to play to the community. So at the end of the project, we found we're a large group of people. Means the community joining us, the government support us. So from the research of sea turtle conservation, we're motivated to join this program, and we find that working with community is the best part. To work with social media is the best part to achieve a big role, because you can see in Africa, we have ocean, right? We have lakes, but pollution is still a big problem. And some people in Charlotte, they told us, like before, they found that, okay, if we pollute the ocean, it's just the problem to the marine organism. But right now, they understanding it's not only for marine. If we pollute the ocean, it's also a problem for us because we need ocean. We need the ocean for transport. We need some organism to live well in the ocean. So because we are ecosystem, right? We are changing. So now they understand that if we conserve the ocean, will be also best for marine marine organism and also for we human. So the words of hope, we are focused on working with community, the local community, working with government, working with international team. As you can see, we are international, different countries, different continents, and also working with social media. In Africa, we have shortage of water, but maybe we don't have enough awareness of how we can protect, how we can conserve our oceans. But using social media, we can raise awareness globally. So think local, do it globally. So we hope that we can make changes in global. Thank you so much. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, International Roots and Shoes team. Next, please welcome Environmental Protection with Less Waste from National Taipei University of Technology.
Hi, everyone. We are from National Taipei University of Technology, and we are the Environmental Protect with Less Waste. And our proposal topic is decomposable fishing nets. And why we want to do this topic? Because according to the survey, 88% of large fishing nets and gear are found in every 41 tons of marine debris, and causing significant ecological damage and environmental pollution. Therefore, we aim to solve this marine pollution problem by introducing fishing nets that can naturally decompose. Compared to the traditional fishing nets, decomposable fishing nets have the same effect when catching fish, but quickly decompose after using without causing long-term harm to the ocean. And additionally, decomposable fishing nets can reduce the cost of post fishing net recover for fishermen, further improve the sustainability of the fishing industry. We believe that this product will have a positive impact on protection the marine ecological environmental and contributes to achieving sustainable fishing. And so let us work together to protect the marine environmental and make the earth a better home. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, environmental protection with less waste. Next, please welcome Yayama from National Taipei University of Technology.
Hello, everyone. We are Yang Mo from National Taipei University of Technology. We are a team formed out of our love for pet cats and a sense of responsibility to protect the ocean. We are very concerned about the current state of the ocean environment. So we hope to convey interesting content to educate the public about how proper consumption and selection of fish can have a positive impact on the ocean. At the same time, we also want to remind the cat owner that the canned food they buy for their cat can be damaging to the ocean. And this contest gave us the opportunity to meet and share our ideas with our team members, and gave us the confidence and determination to continue our efforts to protect the marine environment. Thanks.
Thank you, Yayama. Next, please welcome Xie Ho from Southern Taiwan University of Science and Technology.
Hello, we are Xie Ho, and here is my teams. And our theme is to promote the conservation of horseshoe crabs through exhibition car. We will go to different places to introduce the horseshoe crabs. The goal of Xie Ho is to provide visiting tourists with first-hand and real-life experiences of wetlands. Let them know the importance of horseshoe crabs and the methods of habitat maintenance, and reveal them with whole tokens. The mechanism provide incentives for tourists to participate in activities such as beach cleaning and citizen science. We hope the people will understand the exhibition's purpose, be more supportive of further ecological engagement, and contribute to the maintenance of the horseshoe crab habitat. It's a great honor to participate in the Ocean Challenge 2023 workshop. Let us have a chance to communicate with the other teams. We will show our best. Thanks.
Thank you, Xie Ho. Next, please welcome Green Future from National Taiwan Ocean University.
Hello, everyone. My name is Belinda, and this is our team, Green Future. We're excited to share our motivation with you today. So after humans invented plastic, we discharge a great amount of garbage into the ocean. And among these plastic wastes, styrofoam accounts for the largest volume. Once the marine debris styrofoam enters the biosphere, it will cause huge damage to the aquatic ecology. So our team has put forward an innovative motivation proposal that is based on this issue. Using the concepts of preventing wastes and reusable materials of green chemistry to recycle styrofoam and create a low-cost, high practical seawater air fuel battery. This kind of battery uses seawater as the electrolyte and uses air as the fuel during operation. Moreover, it does not emit carbon dioxide. It is sustainable and environmentally friendly. Our team has successfully transformed white pollution into green energy, and we hope that our actions can support us and our next generations to strive for a more sustainable green future. During this event, we learned a lot about ocean pollution and climate change. We watched films, we acquired knowledge from experts, and visited exhibitions about marine environment. We also participated in group discussions and workshops that gave us a deeper understanding in these issues. Overall, this event raised our awareness of the severe pollution in the ocean. Therefore, it inspired us to give contributions to help protect our marine environment. And we hope that in the future, more of these similar actions can go on and save our planet. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Green Future. Next, please welcome Cedar Utopia C from National Kaohsiung University of Science and Technology.
Hello, honorable judges, teachers, and students. We are Cedar Utopia C. And with the arrival of SDGs, the fourth industrial revolution, and the global digital AI era, entertaining technology into current work is something that every industry is currently pursuing, and especially important to the activity of removing abandoned fishing gears from the ocean. Current data on the removal of abandoned fishing nets is still recording and reading work logs and then manually converted into data for processing and analyze, which lags immediately and is not conducive to data preservation or transfer. In the future, technology should be developed to record and report information on the removal of abandoned fishing gears, creating an app that allows fishermen, divers, governments to record and report when fishing gears are lost at sea. This can improve the accurately and immediately of the removal information, reducing the level of ecological harm caused to the lowest possible degree. Therefore, we cooperate with the Penghu Marine Abandoned Fishing Net Removal Team at the National Kaohsiung University of Science and Technology, a suite of marine affairs and business management to develop and design a net app for Taiwan, using their excellent netting removal data for abandoned occupational demands that can be used by the general public. Thank you.
Thank you, Cedar Utopia C. Now we will go to the professional category. First, let's welcome Indigo Waters Institute.
Good morning, everyone. This is Indigo Water. I'm Jason Hu. We are the only consultant company in Taiwan focusing on marine debris. And in last 4 years, we already published 7 research scientific papers on journals. And we help our EPA monitoring our coastline marine debris for 4 years, and including our islands and the whole countries. And doing our monitorings, we found out about 10 to 50% of our coastline occupy or contribute 50% of our marine debris. It means most of marine debris accumulated in some hotspots, and we think this hotspot is very critical for solving the marine debris on the shorelines. So this year, we try to combine some narrowband IoT system with aerometer, including collecting the wind speed and the wind directions, and also we will use the time-lapse cameras that we can also collecting the image and the weather data in real times. And so we will set this equipment in the hotspots and try to monitoring the weather and the amount of the debris. And our goal is to make a mechanism or a model to try to predict how the debris accumulated in the coastline hotspots, and providing this idea to share to all the coastline like public sectors or beach goers. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Indigo Waters Institute. Next, please welcome 王爷与他的快乐小伙伴。
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm so sorry. We are Wang Yan and talking about the motivation is all about my hometown. Yes, Pingdong Donggang. There is a special ceremony is triennially. It's called the burning of the keyboard. During the ceremony, all the people in the town will participate. We'll make a big wood board and people will carry and sell it around the town for a week. And the last day, the board will be burned on the beach. But here's the scene, the drawing through my very own community and seeing the thousands of plastic bags lying limply on the street and on the beach. Yes, this really bums me out. We often hear the people say Taiwan is an ocean nation, and the place where we live is surrounded by the ocean. And you know what? The ocean pollution is happening. Nothing is going to fix the masses of plastic polluting my hometown unless we take a step. As a Taiwanese, especially a student trained by the higher education, we always wonder that there are so many ocean conservation solutions in the world. And how to do something really different, and what can we really do about the ocean conservation? Then casual day, our team member came across saying, the more local is more international. In Chinese, we say 越本土就是越国际化这样子。So our team decided to combine the local ceremony with ocean conservation actions, and this is how our proposal was born. And talking about the activity experiments, it's my honor to be here, and thanks for the Ocean Affairs Council for giving us this opportunity. I'm glad to see so many people here. Everyone is working hard for the ocean conservation, right? And today, mine just the beginning, just like my grandfather say. 就是講船啊，使出港，咱就唔驚風影大啦呢。所以 don't be afraid, keep fighting to achieve the sustainability step by step. And thank you for your attention. Yes.
Thank you. Our next team is Azure Alliance Taiwan. They join us online today, so we will hear them speak from the virtual meeting room. Please look at the screen.
Hello, everyone. We are the Azure Alliance. We're using innovative technology to solve the marine debris problem. The main objective of the project this year is we're trying to explore whether the innovative technology can serve as a communication bridge with the local community and achieve the clean ocean. We firmly believe that both innovative technology and the social design are indispensable in solving the marine debris problem. And therefore, the community participants and the stakeholders are really important. So last year in 2022, we conducted a demonstration port project in Bito fishing community, where it's located at the northeastern Taiwan with the a very beautiful site. So we use the intelligent UAV we called Asia Fighter. Not only did we remove over 5,400 kilograms of marine debris in 4 months, but we also increased the residents' their curiosity and their concern about the issue of marine debris. So we believe this curiosity and concern we raise in community and our work in community can truly drive the forces behind taking actions. So that is why we bring the proposal this year, both the innovative technology, but also into the community. So participating in Ocean Challenge 2022 has been a fantastic opportunity to us to share our experiment and learn from each other. I'll be very cheerful by the other sharing today. We express our gratitude. We would like to express our gratitude to the Ocean Affairs Council and AIT for your support in marine protection actions. So it makes us feel less alone on our journey to protect the ocean. And we would like to invite everyone to join with us, fight for the Asia Ocean together. Thank you.
Thank you, Asia Alliance. Next, please welcome Under the Sea.
Hi, everyone. We are Under the Sea. It's an honor to be here today. Our team consists of fishery science researchers, environmental education freelancers, and fishermen. We hope to raise awareness about the current state of seafloor debris through citizen science research. In current years, the issue of marine garbage has received increasing attention, with more and more awareness about coastal debris, seaface debris, and microplastic pollution. However, what about the seabed? There are still many mysteries waiting to be explored. The seabed may seem dark, high pressure, and devoid of life. But with science research, we will discover the deep sea is actually a very important environment for many marine creatures. So, by understanding the situation of seabed debris, we can propose improvement measures and effectively protect the marine ecosystem. And our plan is to review the research method of seabed debris, establish a good cooperate relationship with fishermen, and we will analyze the collected sample and transform it into an interesting education program to make more people understand the issue under the water. Thanks.
Thank you, Under the Sea. Our last team in this category is 魔镜之魔术师.
Hello, everyone. This is Group C5. We are the Magic Membrane. And we are really delighted that we have the chance for sharing our motivation for attending this workshop. And over these years, humans have craved for the natural resources in the ocean. However, we are often unaware of the threat that we have posed to the marine system. To overcome this challenge, we developed an innovative kind of membrane separation process that we have called nanophotonics-enabled solar membrane distillation. In this novel and sustainable technology, we combine the renewable solar energy with membrane separation process to simultaneously gain the mineral salts and fresh water in the ocean. We believe that with this technology, we could realize the goal of zero liquid discharge, which means that the hazardous brine water would not return back to the marine system. For more details on this technology, we look forward to sharing our innovative ideas in the finals. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, 魔镜之魔术师. And finally, international category, our international teams already recorded what they were going to share with us. So let's take a look at their videos. The first team is Our Sea from Cambodia.
Our oceans once were clean and healthy, a place of vacation for some and a source of life for many. Now they look like this. These harmful wastes clusters along the tides and harm marine life, eventually making their way into our bodies.
We've all been to beaches once, looking on at the ocean, stretching far beyond the horizon. Now my fondest memories of the ocean comes from snorkeling in the coral reefs off the coast of Thailand. Even there, far from human activity, plastic trash, car tires, and fishing nets flow freely in the ocean's currents of the desolate islands.
But we've seen the good too. In our country, Cambodia, I visited the Kulin Mountain and Angkor Mountains and was pleasantly surprised when I saw no trash anywhere on the Churla River, even with no maintenance people around. All there were simple signs asking people to respect the natural environment.
This is precisely why we are motivated to raise awareness through a simple app, to convince everyone that even a small, united response from many people can make a big difference on the road to solving trash pollution in the oceans.
In creating this, we enjoyed having the opportunity to let our imaginations run wild and the freedom to base our solution on our very own ideas.
Sure, it has been tiring, sacrificing our lunch times and free times to work on this. However, throughout this process, we have given our all because we fully believe in the wonders that our solution could do.
This challenged us to broaden our knowledge on what is happening in our oceans. Did you know that by 2050, it is predicted that there will be more plastic than fish in the ocean? Not only this, we also researched effective ways to act, which would take us one step closer towards cleaner oceans.
Each of us took a challenge of our own. from analyzing the problem to devising a plan for the solution. And in the end, we successfully overcame it together. So join us in preserving the ocean's beauty, because together we can save.
And the next team is Ocean Ghostbusters from Cambodia.
Caught in nets. Ghost fishing refers to unattended, lost, or even abandoned fishing equipment that continues capturing and killing aquatic wildlife.
Marine animals ingest ghost gear, gets entangled in ghost gear, is trapped, destroyed, and killed by ghost gear.
Ghost fishing began in the 19th and has shown no sign of stopping unless we, as individuals, as groups, and as a community, do something about it.
We, as a group, have decided to no longer stay as a bystander to the harm inflicted on the ocean every single year.
Unlike most marine issues, ghost fishing lacks solution. This motivated us to join the challenge and make a change.
We, the Ocean Ghostbusters, joined this challenge because we want to spread awareness about ghost fishing and influence people to help reduce and eliminate it by proposing possible solutions. Hello, my name is Sayan, the leader of the Ocean Ghostbusters.
My name is Chada, a member of the Ghostbusters.
My name is Sokyung Singh, a member of the Ghostbusters. Through our journey of completing this challenge, we were filled with many different emotions, such as confusion, determination, stress, and joy.
But the main emotion we all collectively felt was relief. Relief that there are people out there, including you, the people watching this, who care about the environment and are willing to help create sustainable solutions to sustain our planet Earth.
Thank you for watching, but more importantly, thank you for caring about the ocean and planet Earth.
Hello, we are
The next team is TSJB from Cambodia.
Ken, Tina, Sam, Jimmy, Bhutan, and Bing Shangwang. The team decided to take part in the Ocean Challenge 2023 as we all wanted to participate in an activity that would challenge us and allow us to address real-world problems.
Additionally, this challenge was able to provide us with an experience that would allow us to grow and develop our skills such as our communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and creative thinking skills. The problem we decided to address is mercury pollution, which is a toxic heavy metal that is found to be harmful to all living species, as well as having the ability to cycle through the environment.
We chose this global issue to address as we believed that it was a problem that was not often explored and would provide a challenge for us as a team to come up with a creative solution. Everyone is exposed to mercury pollution at some level when purchasing seafood, and in those cases, most people are unaware of it. This can become a serious issue within any community, and seafood will no longer be safe for anyone to consume.
We proposed deploying a compound developed by Flinders University called sulfur aluminum copolymer by using a UUV. Numerous obstacles were faced in the creative process. For instance, developing the design was quite challenging. However, through working together, we were able to overcome all the difficulties faced. The team has enjoyed participating in this challenge. By taking this initiative, we hope to be able to restore marine life and the consumption of safe seafood. Thank you.
We, as a group,
And the next team is Speakers NHH from Vietnam.
Present in my fields of interest.
During a trip to the beach, we saw a lot of people carelessly leaving the trash behind, especially cigarette butts. It saddened us to see the lack of awareness and concern about our ocean environment.
Well, shortly after that incident, we stumbled upon the competition Ocean Challenge 2023, and we aimed to raise public awareness about protecting the sea environment. From the beginning, we knew that we had to participate in it, and we must say that the experience is one of the most meaningful things we've had as a group.
Participating in the competition taught us much about teamwork, research, and creativity in addressing environmental challenges. Our team idea was to recycle discarded cigarettes and become a picture in paper, which would raise awareness on the negative impact of cigarettes litter on the ocean.
It was so inspiring to know that there are so many participants and teams with creative and innovative ideas on how to save the ocean.
Through the experience, we learned that every small actions count toward preserving our environment, and that it is our responsibility to make sure that the future generation can enjoy the beauty and the benefit of the healthy ocean.
Let us all make a concerted effort to become more environmentally aware and responsible as a community.
It is never too late to start, and every small action can make a big difference. Yay!
And the next team is Guardians of the Galaxy from Malaysia.
Hello everyone, we are delighted to be present today as one of the finalists in Ocean Challenge 2023. Our team are passionate about the conservation, and we have been working hard to develop solutions which can help to protect the sea turtles by using microwave sensors.
Participating in Ocean Challenge has been an incredible experience for us that were given opportunities to share our ideas with experts in the field and get to know their perspectives and opinions to make an idea better. This event has allowed us to communicate our innovative ideas with judges, other participants, and with audience.
Lastly, thank you to the Ocean Challenge for providing us this opportunity to share our ideas and passions for conservation. We are looking forward to see what future holds for us and the ocean. Thank you.
And the last team is Carbon Bureau from European Union Erasmus Mundus Joint Master Degree.
So hello everyone, my name is Julia Ratnasari and I am one of the founder of Carbon Bureau. So Carbon Bureau, or Blue Carbon in English, is a youth-led initiative focusing on biological carbon capture and sequestration, blue economy, wastewater treatment, and natural coastal protection through blue forest, afforestation, and reforestation. So what is blue trees? Blue trees is mangroves, and mangroves can store more than 5 times more carbon compared to the ordinary green trees. And its dense roots able to dissipate wave and protect the society and wildlife from the tsunami and erosion. However, mangrove has been deforested at a very alarming rate. And our mission through hashtag Blueing the Earth, aiming to revolutionize the way we live with nature and ocean. This year, in 2022, we have planted 3,345 mangroves and keep on counting. And we also have gathered 56 volunteers across Indonesia. With that, Carbon Bureau believes that we need to be farther, more inclusive and faster to solve our ocean shared challenges. Therefore, we registered and shortlisted to the Ocean Challenges 2023. So wish us a good luck.
Thank you, everyone. Please give yourself a big round of applause. It's quite a pleasure to hear your stories. Now this session is coming to an end, and I would like to invite Deputy Minister Hong to say a few words with us.
Hello, everyone. So I'm truly grateful for the privilege to be here and to be inspired by all of you, your enthusiasm and your proposal. This year's theme of the World Oceans Day is Planet Ocean. Tides are changing. So instead of saying Planet Earth, now we are changing, we're shifting the paradigms to say Planet Ocean. So from all your proposal, I concluded in 3 aspects I think that could be shared by all of us and also by those who are not here, but who truly care about the ocean. Now, the first is that many of the proposals are locally meaningful. So you talk about engaging local community. Look at the local problems. I think these are the basis of looking at the ocean because there are people living at the seaside. There are people facing the ocean at the front row of our coastal community. Of course, Dogon is one of those. So the second is being friendly. Friendly to be our fellow competitor, friendly to the local community, but not only that, we also think about financially friendly, scientifically friendly, technologically friendly, and also communication friendly. So those thoughts will enable us to carry the project further and to spread it further to make greater impacts. And the third, like all of you have done and are doing, are engaging, involving, and to practice what you propose. So in the future, you may or may not be a specialist about marine science or marine biology, but I'm sure you all will be an advocate for ocean. So I'm looking forward to meeting you again in June. And the Ocean Affairs Council this year is happy to be the angel investors of your projects. So we have small starting fund to support you to realize your project or promote your project further. So we hope we can get a bigger funding in the future, especially on the basis of your effort and accomplishment. So I wish you a fruitful journey, enjoyable work process. So I look forward to meeting you again in June. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Hong. And thank you to everyone for joining us this morning. Now we're going to have a lunch break. For in-person attendees, you have 1 hour for your lunch, and we will continue our afternoon session at 1 p.m. For international participants, please come back with us at 2:20 p.m. for AITK interactive discussion. Thank you.
请各位决选团队可以到外面的报道区领取便当。 下哦。
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for staying with us. And here comes the afternoon session for today's event. This session is an interactive discussion with AIT Kaohsiung, which includes 3 parts. The first part will be the introduction of AIT, American Institute in Taiwan as a foreign mission. And the second part would be a film screening and discussion on the topic of a keynote on big pictures of women-led ocean science industry from the EPIC workshop on promotion women's role in ocean science towards sustainable and inclusive ocean governance. And the last part would be the interactive discussion with the AIT Kaohsiung and several guests from the Ocean Affairs Council on the topic of student career development. So for the first part, let's welcome AIT Kaohsiung Public Affairs Officer, Dr. Julius Tsai.
Thank you, and really, most of all, appreciation to our partners at the Ocean Affairs Council for their work in really promoting ocean science, and more than that, all of our active participation in protecting and safeguarding these shared resources that make life possible. Also want to acknowledge all of the student groups. Just in the afternoon session, I had a chance to meet 8 of the groups, and it was really a wonderful chance to see all of the amazing ideas, but more than the ideas, the willingness to serve the greater good. And so I think that you should all be applauded for your efforts. So today, what I'd like to do is to give a little bit of an introduction to the work of AIT, and I say this from the standpoint of being a Foreign Service officer that is a diplomat with the United States Department of State, explaining our work around the world, but in particular in Taiwan as well. You know, it's really interesting when you think about what, you know, maybe that's something that I just kind of can throw out to all of you as an opening question, but in your mind, when you hear the word diplomacy, can I just get anyone in the audience, what is diplomacy when you hear this word? How would you define that word? Anyone? I know all of you can speak, all of you are at least bilingual, so anyone, please go ahead and raise your hand. What is diplomacy? All right, in your own words, would anyone like to try? Okay, so it was good to have a meditative. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So I can define diplomacy as like the way of representing something, being somewhere to represent some maybe other group of people or country or some certain organization.
Okay, great, thank you. What's your name, please?
Vincent.
Vincent, and what school are you from?
Zhangjiang Christian University.
Zhangjiang. Okay, wonderful. I know you guys have really great teams that come out every year. I always appreciate you being here. Okay, thank you, Vincent. Okay, so that's, you know, one idea that we have, and I think it's a very sound way to think about it is, you know, a diplomat represents someone, right? It represents a community, a country. If you do diplomacy and you're a business person, maybe you act on behalf of your company or an industry. Let me just give you a few definitions, right? So Henry Kissinger, who was a very kind of renowned US Secretary of State, said diplomacy is the art of restraining power, right? And so this is the view that in the world, there are many different types of influence and power, and diplomacy is one way that we have of trying to keep those things in check, right? So in many of your proposals today, we heard about how you can make use of whether local government or citizen activism, industry. You can restrain or shape or channel various avenues of power towards certain ends, right? So one way to think about it is like that. Another political leader said that the only alternative to war is peace, and the only way to peace is through negotiations. So diplomacy also has that aspect of, okay, so we're seeking peaceful resolution of issues that may cross borders, And the peaceful resolution will involve negotiation, will involve give and take, and will involve some kind of compromise. More humorously, I think there was a kind of a joke that I've seen that diplomacy means letting someone else have your way. Okay, and this gets to the point that diplomacy is a form of communication. And sometimes some people are so good at it. So my wife is an example of this. I often find myself doing something and it's like, oh, wait, I'm doing exactly what she wants me to do. And not only that, I want to do it, right? So diplomacy is kind of the art of persuasion as well. Looking at people's common interests and shared values and seeing how we can get to something where, maybe not everyone gets everything that they want, but you have a solution that you can live with and that you can put yourself behind. So, I think that, as I go through a couple of slides sharing kind of how I got here educationally and career-wise, I also want to make this more than just about U.S. diplomacy or the career of one U.S. diplomat. It's really more about how all of you, right? And another way to look at diplomacy is kind of the management of relationships, right? How the U.S. manages its relationships overseas with other governments, with industry, with other partners in the non-governmental sector, right, to achieve its foreign policy objectives, also to safeguard the well-being of its citizens everywhere around the world, right? That's another way to think about it. But all of you, whatever fields you go into, will be doing just that. You're managing your relationships all throughout your careers, right? Managing relationships in the interests of the values and the objectives that you want to achieve, and hopefully values and objectives that are for the common good. And if you remember nothing else, like I was kind of thinking of like one sentence I could give you today, and it comes from a quote. This is actually from Martin Luther King Jr. The very last sermon that he preached in 1968. He said that it is in the capacity, right, of everybody can be great because anyone can serve. And I think as I go through kind of what I share, I want you to keep that in mind if you can, that this is the notion that, right, you don't have to be from this country or that country. You don't have to be in this profession or that profession, but every one of us can be great because every one of us can serve. And I think that's the underlying message I want to give to you today. Wherever you are from, whatever you're studying, wherever your career will be taking you, we all have a contribution to make. So just by way of quick introduction, I was born in San Francisco. I grew up in the US, the UK, and Germany. Went to a couple of schools in the US, as mentioned above, on the East Coast and the West Coast. Before working for the US State Department, my background was actually in history, theology, religion, and philosophy. I worked in the California state government for a number of years, working on environmental policy areas. And then I went back to get my PhD, and then I taught in universities in the US for about 7 years before joining the State Department. I've served in a number of places. I served at the US Embassy in Beijing for my first tour. I then, after studying Tagalog, went to the Philippines, actually where I served there as a consular officer. Went back to DC for a couple of years, and then immediately before coming to Taiwan, I served in Eastern Europe in Tbilisi in the Republic of Georgia, and now I'm here in the public affairs section. So I've had the good fortune, and this is probably, if I had to say like what my hobby is kind of hanging out and living in other places and eating street food in as many countries as I can. But I've had the good fortune to be able to study a number of languages, some of which were required by my schooling, some of which because of the jobs. So I think I've studied about 10 languages, and there's also something I want to encourage you. Ocean Challenge is a competition that is conducted in English as an international language, but don't just stop there, keep going. And I can't promise that it gets easier and easier, but the human mind definitely, as many of you I'm sure have multiple languages, use them all. They will not be wasted over the course of your career. So going back to the first job that I had after school, and again, this is what I want to emphasize, that whatever your background is, when we talk about things like ocean conservation, when we talk about things like working to address climate change, every one of us has a role to play. So this is a webpage from the agency that I worked for. It was called the Natural Resources Agency. The California state equivalent of the US Department of Interior and the EPA, something like that. And I think that this is a cabinet level agency. California is often the leader among the 50 states in terms of its policies. But if you look at the kinds of, I think I had too much coffee. Look at how my hand is, the dot is shaking around. But But look at the various things that this agency tackles, like climate resilience, biodiversity, right? Outdoor recreation, nature-based solutions, water resilience, Salton Sea. This is a major kind of lake in the south of the state. Cutting green tape, like working to make bureaucracy and the government more efficient. Forests, wildfires, climate resilience, measuring progress, how we developed kind of analytical tools to make sure that we are making progress on the things that we're making progress on. Clean energy, tribal partnerships, right? California has a number of very significant indigenous populations, equity and environmental justice, supporting healthy rivers and landscapes. So these are just an example. If you think about what can you do to help the environment, this is an example of the many different ways that you can make an impact. Right, so you might be a lawyer, you might be a civil servant, you might be a diplomat, you might be an educator, you may be a scientist, but there are many, many pathways to making a difference. And so I want to make sure that all of you, especially because I was not a science major, all of you, whether you are in the natural sciences, in the humanities, or the social sciences, there is a way that you can make an impact. And this is just one example from one agency, from one state in the United States. And again, as I said, everyone can be great because anyone can serve. And there are many, many ways through many different disciplines and paths. So the US State Department, the United States has about 300 diplomatic posts, by which I mean embassies and consulates all around the world. And there are roughly almost 200 countries that State Department Foreign Service officers are posted in. Typically, our assignments are 2 to 3 years in a certain place. Okay, this is a little bit too much for this small slide, but the State Department is organized not only around geographic bureaus such as East Asia, right, Africa, Latin America, South Asia, but also around certain kinds of issue areas, ranging from kind of economic, commercial, political, human rights, democracy, right? All these kinds of things. And so it really covers the gamut of the US's relationship with the rest of the world. In general, you can think about US foreign engagement as falling under kind of 3 major kind of groups. The first is defense, which relates to security-related issues, whether we're talking about kind of military, cybersecurity, public health. I mean, all these aspects of security. Financial security is also another important section. And this often is to do with the range of immediate and near-term threats, right, that we need to guard against. Secondly, diplomacy. This is the area that I am in and our colleagues in the State Department in. And this is kind of over the period of maybe 1 or 2 or 5 years, the time that you're serving in a country, if you can create certain kinds of partnerships, certain kinds of agreements, whether they're political, economic, or otherwise. And then the third element in which the US engages around the world is largely known as development. So there's an agency called the US Agency for International Development. And regarding long-term projects, these are things like education, basic infrastructure, and things like that. So there's different types of timeframes and different types of professionals who are working around the world with our partners along all of these different horizons. So at a typical embassy or a post in AIT, we have the American Institute in Taiwan. We have an office our main office is in Taipei, and we also have a branch here in Kaohsiung. You'll find 5 different sections where you will see 5 different kinds of diplomats and 5 different types of officers. The first is consular. So these have to do with visa issues, with helping American citizens, and often are the first line for US citizens abroad, especially in times of a variety of scenarios of natural disaster and things like that. Secondly, we have economic officers who work across the range of economic and commercial issues. This significantly also includes many of the environmental issues that characterize the relationship. So there's a type of officer, for example, that's called the Environment, Science, Technology, and Health Officer, largely underneath the economic kind of bureau. And again, as it says here, science, technology, economic, trade, energy, and environmental issues. Thirdly, there are management officers. So if you think about the footprint of every embassy, some embassies have hundreds, if not thousands of people kind of working there. Diplomats such as myself, we are in a specific country with our families, right? So the land and the facilities and the transportation and all of the infrastructure, human resources, budget, things like that. A fourth type of officer is a political officer. So in some ways, almost like very seasoned journalists, right? They analyze the environment for kind of short, medium, and long-term trends, right? And report on these trends based on their on-the-ground experience with contacts back to our colleagues in DC. Fifthly, we also have public diplomacy officers. This is my current assignment is in this area. So this typically will include, information officers who may include things like the spokesperson, right, who interacts with the press, folks that oversee our social media outreach, but also the whole range of international exchanges, right, in science, education, culture, and so forth. So those, if you look at a typical embassy, and most countries, right, in their foreign missions will have something like this kind of structure. It's a five-part structure, in addition to all of the other non-State Department agencies which may be housed at the embassy itself. So the State Department is headquartered in Washington, D.C. This is the Capitol. This is the Washington Monument. This is the Lincoln Monument. The State Department is right here. Sorry, my hand is not able to. It's right here. And the Washington Mall, of course, is a very renowned place. All of these, this mall, which is this grassy area here, is aligned by the museums of the Smithsonian Institution, one of the premier international kind of research institutions. There are 22 Smithsonian Institutes funded by the US people. So when you go there, all of the museums are free and open to the public. Other things that are famous about DC, you may see the July 4th fireworks, the cherry blossoms at the Jefferson Memorial. The trees were donated by Japan many years ago. Air and Space Museum, one of the most famous Smithsonian museums where they have entire shuttles and rocket ships and moon landers and things like that. The State Department itself is housed in the Harry S. Truman Building. As I pointed out on the map, this is a newly opened museum of US diplomacy, and there are both historic as well as very modern facilities for all kinds of state kind of level events. The State Department also has a Foreign Service Institute, which is basically almost like a graduate school where in between assignments to different countries, you may spend 1 year, up to 1 year training. This institute teaches over 70 languages, and then all of the skills that diplomats in all of the 5 areas that I noted will need before they go to their next country of assignment. So just to give you an example of, for diplomats, there's no 2 officers whose career paths is exactly the same. The first 2 jobs are centrally assigned to you, and then after that, you start applying for any job around the world. One of the things I think is unique about the US diplomatic system is that it's called a generalist system. In much the same way that the US educational system is open and quite flexible. There's the belief, as long as you are in the State Department, that you can and should be able to do any job in any area, anywhere in the world. And so that reflects in the diversity of experiences that every foreign service officer will have. So in Beijing, I was a consular officer and a press officer. This is the embassy in Beijing. Our ambassador at the time was a Chinese-American ambassador named Gary Locke. He had been the Secretary of Commerce as well as the governor of Washington. He is flanked by President Obama and then Secretary Clinton. A very famous incident where on the way to Beijing, he actually carried his own bags, he bought his own coffee, and that was a good introduction to the people of China that our public servants are truly servants of the people. We're not we travel in economy class, right? We carry our own bags. We don't have people at our beck and call. And it's an important message that the everyday things that you do, like if we say that we are a democracy, what is it that we do to signify that sense of equality and that sense of diversity of our society? Another thing that happened when I was in Beijing, the air quality, of course, is a major environmental issue there. The embassy had a Twitter feed that, as a public service to the international schools, started to broadcast the PM numbers. There's a certain index that goes generally from 0 to 100 or so. Anything above 100 generally is hazardous. And that transparency of data eventually generated a significant public conversation that then also led to China at the time joining some of the international standards for measuring and mitigating kind of air quality pollutants. I then went to Manila after studying Tagalog. This is the historic embassy building in Manila, which dates from the kind of before World War II and sits on Manila Bay, which is also very famous for its sunsets, among other things. And I worked as a consular officer, again, dealing with different types of visas, people immigrating to the US, people going there for work or for business or for study, and also special categories of people such as sailors transiting US waters and other kinds of things that were very particular to that country. US citizens, there are tens of thousands of US citizens in the Philippines. As an example, in southern Taiwan, which is the area that AIT Kaohsiung covers, there are about 10,000 US citizens here. And so there's a whole range of issues that we are here on hand to help our citizens with. And again, the function of every post overseas is twofold. The first is to implement and execute the foreign policy of the United States, right? Upholding our democratic values, our kind of and our economic kind of goals. Secondly, is to safeguard the well-being of U.S. citizens in that particular place, whatever their needs may be. The other thing that can happen when you are at posted overseas is that you have visits from S refers to the Secretary of State. POTUS refers to the President of the United States or the Vice President. And so those kinds of visits are major visits that take weeks, if not months, to put together, but also can be the occasion to get major things accomplished in terms of our issues with that country. The other thing that happened there when I was there, this was between 2013 and 2015, was that there was an extremely large typhoon that happened. And so the US, through the State Department and also through the military's crisis response capabilities, right, will help to evacuate and assist tens of thousands of U.S. citizens as well as local residents whose communities were devastated or even destroyed by this storm. And at that time, it was the strongest storm ever recorded. And it's also a reminder that as we enter into kind of in earnest an era of climate change, right, there will be effects all over the world, and crisis preparedness is also a very, very important part of what we do in terms of safeguarding not only natural resources but also communities, right, that depend on the natural environment. I then went back to DC, where I worked in an office called typically it's just called The Watch, right? It's a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week crisis response center. So this is kind of what it looks like, but basically you will have teams of officers working around the clock. There's kind of 3 shifts. Every hour that you are awake is an hour that corresponds to somewhere else in the world. So in certain shifts, you may be working on issues that pertain to Africa, the Middle East. Other shift, it might be Latin America. Another shift, it might be kind of Europe, for example. And you're also kind of tracking and supporting the movements of the President and the Secretary of State. I will skip past this. This is kind of a CNN story on the Operations Center. But one thing that happened when I was there, and actually I was on shift at the time, was the Paris Agreement on climate change was being signed the day that I happened to be working that shift. And the Secretary of State was in France. He's here shown in a picture, former Secretary Kerry with his granddaughter. So as you know, the COP, right, the talks, the conferences on the climate change talks have taken place in a number of cities around the world. This was one of the milestones kind of on that road. And it was a real kind of significant experience to be there as this was happening. I then went to Eastern Europe to serve as the Cultural Affairs Attaché at the US Embassy in Tbilisi. This is a picture of the embassy. And so I wasn't very clear on the geography before I went, but I am now. So the Southern Caucasus typically are comprised of 3 countries. that are kind of south of that portion of Russia: Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. And the countries actually sit between two mountain ranges. One is called the Greater Caucasus, and the other one to the south is called the Lower Caucasus. Georgia is bordered on its south by Turkey, as well as Armenia and Azerbaijan, and is a very, very interesting part of the world that was part of the historic Silk Road. So there's a real kind of meeting of different cultures. One of the features of Georgia was that there was a war with Russia in the year 2008, in which Russia ended up occupying about 20% of Georgia's territory, which it still does to this day. And so that is a constant factor, right, in not only the domestic but the international politics of that place. Just another picture. This is when you travel around the world and you have a chance to live somewhere. You may also learn some very, very kind of interesting languages. And this is just the alphabet in Georgian. 33. There used to be 39 or even more letters, but it's a really wonderful language. It's a country of just about 3 million people, but there are actually 4 different types of languages within that country, and this is the main kind of dialect, so to speak. And I studied it for about a year before I went there. Georgian cuisine is awesome. Food is a great part of the life of working and living overseas. As those of you who are in Taiwan know, there are very famous bread called hachapuri. This is like an egg that you kind of break in the top. This is cooked in a very special kind of clay oven. They also have these things called hinkali, which is like Taiwan's like xiaolongbao, but it's kind of different. There's a little handle on the top that you're not supposed to eat. And they use a lot of spices. Pomegranates, like when you go to people's houses, right? I was told that there are over 500 types of grapes in Georgia. People have pomegranates and olives and figs, and it's a really amazing place. But not just kind of the taste of the food, but the food represents the culture. There's a kind of feast which can last for 3 to 5 hours, which is called the supra. And many of my friends there said that, sitting at a supra is like the real university of growing up in Georgia, because people will recite poems. They'll talk about epic traditions. They'll talk about the history. Talk about where their country and their family came from, and they'll drink a lot of wine and eat a lot of food. But every country that you go to, right? Every society has its culture and its sense of pride and its place in the world, and that is really worth connecting with on as deep a level as you can. The other thing that we did there, and I think this also has to do with kind of environmental stewardship. Environment and cultural heritage go together, right? So this is why when kind of UNESCO designates World Heritage Sites, you will see not only natural sites, but you also see cultural sites as well. Both are essential, right, as parts of the heritage of every place. So Georgia is roughly from the 300s or so has been a Christian nation. It is one of the most ancient forms of Christianity in the world. It belongs to the Orthodox tradition. And so many of these monasteries, which are centuries or centuries old, if not over a millennia old, are under kind of constant buffeting from erosion, from the wind, from air pollution, right? This is kind of like the Acropolis in Athens, right? This is kind of how do you preserve that cultural heritage, right, as part of something fundamental to the identity of that place. And so the United States, right, along with the UN, works closely with the Georgian people to safeguard that aspect of its heritage. And lastly, in Taiwan, some of the things that we focus on in AIT, Taiwan and the US are both kind of democratic societies, and we share many values, one of which is that we want to promote a secure and resilient kind of democratic society. Secondly, we also are working every day to promote innovation. What all of you are doing as part of the Ocean Challenge and the things and ideas that you're coming up with is part of that innovation. Taiwan is more than just semiconductors, right? There's a lot of other things going on that are part of the future of Taiwan and part of the future of the world. Thirdly, we are working here to promote a Taiwan also that is globally connected, right? Many of the judges that you talked to when you went into that little room, right? They got their PhDs in the United States, right, and studied overseas. Many of you are from a variety of international backgrounds, and so it's in the best interest, right, of every open democratic society to be connected to the rest of the world. Fourthly, close people-to-people and economic relations, right? So the things that we do, right, whether it's educational or scientific exchange, it's not just for its own sake, but it's to foster a more competitive educational and economic future, right, for the people of Taiwan, for the people of the United States, and indeed for the people of the world. So this is our director of AIT in Taipei has said previously, in this 21st century, our people and our human resources and the ability to unleash their full potential is a key pillar of strength that underpins our democracy. And so with that, I think that brings it back to you. All of you really are a key pillar, right, of this key source of strength. And as I said at the beginning, it's within every one of us, right? Everyone can be great because any one of us can serve. And so I hope that just as you have really put yourself forward and put your ideas forward, right, in Ocean Challenge, I hope that you will continue to do that throughout your education and throughout your careers. Continue to do things that serve, right, that serve your community, right, that serve a larger good. Whatever field that you go into, there is a contribution, and maybe there is something that only you can do. I hope that you will be able to find that, and I hope that you will always be able to hold on to the motivation and the passion that led you here today. So that's just a very quick introduction to kind of the State Department's work overseas, including here in Taiwan. So I know our time is very tightly calibrated, so if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them. I can also talk with you guys kind of one-on-one as well. And I know you will also see my colleague, Jack Lambert, who's speaking of which now is here now for the next part of our program. All right. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Julius. And the second part for the afternoon session would be the film screening. So please allow us to present you the video on the topic of big pictures of women-led ocean science industry. And after the film screening, we will have AIT Kaohsiung Deputy Branch Chief Jack Lambert to lead the discussion with you. Thank you.
Hi everyone, and thank you for the invitation to speak to you today about the global landscape of women in marine science and ocean science. I am a consultant with NIRAS, and I work across the International Development Consulting team and the Marine Environment team. As you can see by this list of things that I do, I wear many hats. I consider myself a multidisciplinary scientist, researcher, and I find a lot of joy and motivation in doing so many things. I have many interests, and I've really enjoyed being able to have a career that lets me put them all together. So with that, let's dive in. No blue, no green. You may have heard this succinct yet punchy phrase before. They are, of course, Sylvia Earle's words. Sylvia is known by some as her deepness, a mark of respect for someone whose career has been so successful despite navigating a male-dominated world from her very start many decades ago. I have been fortunate to grow up in a loving circle of family, friends, and mentors who have supported my interests and spurred me on in my own career. That's not to say that I haven't experienced sexism. There have definitely been times when I have been treated or spoken to differently compared to my male peers or colleagues. As a short woman with a young-looking face, or so I'm told, I often get condescending tones as if I don't have the necessary experience to understand or weigh in on the topic at hand. But when I look back at the generations of women who came before me, I am so grateful that my way forwards has been made infinitely less barred by their work, activism, and sacrifices to shape the future of women in ocean science today. Thankfully, I wasn't raised in a bubble, so while reaping the rewards of hard-fought rights to be able to speak and be in spaces women have historically been excluded from,
I have been very aware of that privilege, and I have been awed by the women who have come before me. And I've actively noticed where women are or aren't distinctly present in my fields of interest and expertise. My first marine science love was the horseshoe crab, a prehistoric beast with 10 eyes and blue blood. They captivated me and put me on the path of a career in marine science. I was introduced to them by Prentice Stout, a science educator extraordinaire. He did everything he could to ensure no one was excluded based on gender, race, disability, or other characteristics. But I also remember the women who organized, led, kept us safe, and on top of all that, knew so much about the marine science we were exploring. As a teen, I dove into the story of the horseshoe crab for a school project, discovering how we use their blood to test medical substances for gram-negative bacteria. And this led to an exploration of the ethics and sustainability of bleeding horseshoe crabs, and ultimately the discovery of a synthetic version of the lysate that we produce with their blood. Much of my reading around horseshoe crabs and other species, as I broadened my interests, pointed to the men behind the research and writing. So you can imagine my delight when I discovered that it was a woman behind the drive for a more sustainable option to the horseshoe crab blood originated substance. Dingjit Ling, who was one of the first women to receive the Singapore National Academy of Science Fellowship in 1977. So much research alludes to the fact that women tend to be behind the work to shift society to be more considerate and compassionate when it comes to addressing the problems we face. In fact, the ethics and moral compass of women that women bring to the discussion around sustainable development could potentially be the make or break factor in our success. So it isn't that involving women in the conversation around sustainable ocean governance is the equitable thing to do, it's also necessary for its success. And we can compound this to say that sustainable ocean development underpins sustainable development across the board. Many of you will be familiar with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, of which there is one dedicated to gender equality and another to life below water. These are numbers 5 and 14. The achievement of all goals is very intertwined, and that is no less true for numbers 5 and 14. Of course, in addition to the contributions of women to drive sustainable development, our skills and expertise are needed in order to ensure sustainable development is achieved based on rigorous science. One woman who comes to mind is really demonstrating the idea that women need to play an integral role in sustainable development, be valued for their skills and expertise above and beyond their values, and that those in the global south need agency over their own futures in order to best support marine conservation and sustainability, is Angelique Pouponneau. She works as a director and policy and strategy advisor for AOSIS and is currently pursuing her PhD. Angelique is also an integral member of the UN Ocean Decade Advisory Board. The UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development is in its 3rd year, and the decade sets out 7 outcomes which describe the ocean we want. To get there, it set out a decade action framework, and within this decade action framework, there are 10 challenges which chart a path for the science we need to get to the ocean we want. The Empowering Women for the United Nations Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development program is endorsed by the UN Ocean Decade, and the aim of this program is to improve gender equality in ocean research and science-dependent governance systems through 2 strands. In ocean science bodies and in the regulatory and ocean science governance systems that coordinate, manage, and mediate ocean science. The Empowering Women program is currently inviting participants to join their consultative forum, so you can see the link and a QR code on the screen if you're interested in signing up for that forum. This work is complemented by that of other organizations around the world, of which there are many, but one that I'm involved in is the Society for Women in Marine Science, also known as SWIMS. SWIMS is a not-for-profit organization whose mission is to bring together marine scientists of all career levels to discuss the diverse experiences of women in marine science, celebrate the research done by women in the field, and promote the visibility of women in the marine science community. As an organization, we run events online and in person.
And highlights from the last year have been webinars on job hunting and visual storytelling. Part of what we do also includes building community so that we can uplift the voices of other women scientists. This also supports increased representation of women in ocean science, which is incredibly important to encourage younger generations to follow in our footsteps. So without further ado, I'd really like to share some of those voices with you today. So I'm going to share a couple of videos from some of my fellow committee members, their thoughts on inclusive ocean science, some of their epic failures, and some of their proudest accomplishments.
As the president for the Society for Women in Marine Science, inclusive ocean science means to me that regardless of your gender or your sexual identity or your race or your ethnicity or any other kind of identity that you might hold, whether it's visible or hidden, like a disability, that you're able to participate in ocean research. And right now we're seeing that inclusive envelope is getting wider and more diverse, which is really exciting. But we definitely still have a ways to go. And I've seen with, the establishments, for example, of codes of conduct and different affinity spaces and groups like SWIMS, but also Black and Marine Science and others, that we are increasing the representation and identities of who can be in the ocean sciences. And we're also providing networks for people and support groups for people that are taking part in ocean sciences, because it's a hard field and we know that it's a hard discipline, and especially if you hold intersecting identities, it can be especially hard, or if you have a family. That is one thing that I think's been really exciting to see, that more and more women now feel empowered to have children and do a career in ocean sciences. I do think the flexibility of this field really lends itself well to that. And I think it's exciting to think more broadly about what ocean science means. It doesn't just mean you're in a ivory tower conducting research. It means that you're out in the community educating and working with other people. And I think the more we can increase that wide envelope of what ocean sciences means, it means the more inclusive and inviting that the field can be in the future.
Hey everyone, I'm Ray and I currently serve on the steering committee of SWIMS as clerk. For me, what a successful, inclusive ocean science field would look like includes authentic, long-term sense of belonging. For me, that sustainability portion is truly important. When I enter a space, I'm navigating how is this community, how is this environment, and how am I entering this space, making sure that I am thriving and not just stuck in this feeling of surviving. And I personally identify as a woman of color. I also have several chronic illnesses. I come from a marine biology background, an educator background, and I'm also an artist. I like to look at myself in this holistic view, because when I enter spaces, I'm taking all of me with me. And I definitely pride myself in that ability of, when I enter a space of ocean science, I'm still coming in as Ray the educator and Ray the artist. And that has truly helped me navigate spaces in bringing a interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary lens on how I approach science and the students I interact with and the researchers I interact with. So what I think it'll take to make ocean science inclusive is to not only let voices be heard, but to intentionally make sure that the environment is one that is encouraging of all folks to be their whole selves.
I think, to me, inclusive science is essential. It's the only way we're going to be able to move forward as a scientific community and accomplish our goals, whether that be conservation or just getting a better understanding of the ocean and how it works. Inclusive science is, a great way to not only include, but celebrate the different perspectives that we have as a global community and bringing these voices to the table in a way that is co-designing and co-creating science together and not seeing inclusivity as an afterthought. I think inclusive science, a huge part of it is training the next generation through opportunities that are meaningful and mentorship that has value and is tangible, and skill building and training so that the next generation can come up ready to tackle these challenges and ask big scientific questions and start building their confidence early in their careers that their scientific capabilities are there and are strong. I think a huge part of inclusive science is engagement with local researchers and co-designing and co-creating research with them, and also involving local community members who might not be scientists, but might have plenty of knowledge about an area or a species or a phenomenon that you're trying to investigate. And I think this is especially important when you're trying to engage with Indigenous communities who have, their Indigenous knowledge and other ways of knowing, and taking that as just as important as the Western scientific component that we're trying to investigate, elevating that and including it as a really important part of designing and implementing research.
An epic failure that I've experienced, thankfully got better, but I was on a research cruise in Antarctica and we got stuck in the ice for 5 days. And at the time, we didn't know how long we were going to be stuck. A bunch of sea ice had blown in and we couldn't move. And so we couldn't do the science that we were supposed to do. And it taught me to remain calm under pressure, because at the end of the day, it was out of my control. And so the folks I was with on the cruise, we just learned to make the most of it and analyze our data and stay positive and trust the captain and crew of the ship. And thankfully, after 5 days, we were able to get out. We were lapped by an emperor penguin multiple times when we were going so slow in the sea ice. But I think it, really taught me how to be calm and flexible. And it's a good story now that we got out of it, thankfully.
Ooh, epic failures. This might be cheesy, but throwing it back to my undergrad college days when I actually failed classes. I think for me, it definitely was eye-opening to go into college and realize that I was not a natural test taker, and still am not. Have to put in a lot of work, and with everything else going on, I still wouldn't get a good grade. And it helped me realize that, what one person's idea of success is does not need to be what success looks like for me. The doors really opened for me when a research lab was looking for entry-level undergrads to learn the ropes. I realized that research and mentorship was where I thrived, and from there, kind of took it and ran.
So I think my epic failures are kind of a series of epic failures that came from living and working in a really small community in South Africa while I was conducting my graduate school work. We were surveying sharks inside and outside a marine protected area along the Western Cape coastline. And I just lived in this really small town. We only had 11 people living around us. And every time things broke, we didn't have a Home Depot to go to fix it. So we had several occasions where gear was breaking. The conditions were really bad. We were losing things. And what I've learned is that in those situations, being able to connect with and rely on the local communities and integrate yourself into them, building trust so that those people are there to help you out when you have an epic failure. And what I learned is that you can get sometimes resources that you need by sharing your excitement about your research with others, and getting them involved in it. And it was a really great lesson in community engagement and the importance of it.
The accomplishment that I'm most proud of is going to Antarctica for 5 years as part of my research. And I've also gotten to go on some research cruises in the Northeast Atlantic. And so overall, throughout all these different experiences, I've accumulated almost 150 days at sea working on research cruises. And it's taught me so much about preparedness in terms of the logistics that are involved in doing research down at the bottom of the earth, and also being flexible when things go wrong, and going and getting my sea legs over all those years. And so I feel very strong and confident having done that experience. And it's fun to get to share it with other people and talk about why Antarctica is so important, and how it connects to the rest of our climate and our world. The accomplishment.
I would have to say a huge accomplishment of mine is my ability to bring in my educator experience and reflective mindset into spaces of ocean science. And so through my role as the internship program manager, I get to work with college students as they are navigating and exploring different ocean career pathways and implementing what experience and skills that they currently have, and see how they can see themselves in the ocean science field. And one of our very first interns going through this program a few years back, we're going through different feedback and, personal and professional development workshops alongside her research skills. And one day she just turned around and looked at me and said, "Ray, some people are brutally honest, but you are compassionately honest." And that has truly stuck with me.
So hopefully those videos kind of shared a bit more from the women in marine science community that I am part of. I really wanted to be inclusive in this talk that is all about including women in ocean science. And I think it's really important that at every opportunity we have, we're able to uplift the voices of others who work alongside us. If you are interested in adding your voice to this collection that SWIMS is putting together, we'd love to have you. Anyone can join via our website, so you can see the link and QR code again on this slide. And we're hoping that we'll be able to continue compiling that video playlist. So if you want to get involved in that, then please do sign up, and you'll be able to add your own voice. Our annual all members meeting is on the 21st of March, so in a couple of weeks, and it is at noon Eastern time. It may not be the best time for many of you because of time zones, but if you are available, you are welcome to register and come along to find out a bit more about what SWIMS is up to. I'd also recommend registering if you would like a recording. We tend to record that meeting, and if you're registered, then you'll definitely receive a copy of that as well. So one of the areas that SWIMS focuses on, as you saw from those videos and as I've spoken about, is how marine science is strengthened through diversity beyond gender. In our work to uplift and support women, we must not perpetuate other inequalities, but celebrate intersectionality and the ways in which everyone's unique identities can add value to marine science and sustainability. And I think Ray spoke about this really well. So our work towards a more equal world for women should not continue to marginalize anyone. And despite accounting for less than 4% of the world's population, Indigenous communities are responsible for 80% of the protection of the environment. Supporting and uplifting the voices of Indigenous women is therefore paramount to conservation, and those of us in some of the wealthiest nations have a lot to learn from our Indigenous colleagues. So one of my role models in the world of Indigenous conservation work is Victoria Bushman, who's an Inupiaq living in Greenland. And she prioritizes using Indigenous knowledge in her holistic approach to sustainable management. I am not an expert in Indigenous social culture, but I do know that many Indigenous cultures have different relationships with gendered activities, and there is perhaps a lot to learn in how women are treated, as well as how the natural world is treated and respected within Indigenous cultures. Much like we don't put boxes around the way we understand sexual dimorphism in marine organisms, I'm thinking of things like parasitic accessory dwarf male anglerfish in this context. We also need to ensure that society as a whole is using their imagination to broaden how we see the role of women in marine science. It is one thing to include women in conversations, but if that is not accompanied with respect, acknowledgement, and value for our contributions, then it is worthless. In fact, including a woman's voice in a conversation for the sake of diversity can put us in unsafe spaces where we are not at all valued, but undermined and insulted. And this is a result of systemic problems. It often comes from a lack of understanding around what it really means to have gender equity, and unconscious bias also perpetuates unequal inclusion. So including women in ocean science, but asking them to take on a disproportionate amount of organizational, administrative, and secretarial work, like scheduling meetings and making sure there's coffee, is not an equitable way of working towards a sustainable future of the ocean. At the systemic level, it's important to not only tackle the day-to-day sexism experienced by women who are ignored or abused, but create systems which are built for everyone's needs so that we can balance career, family, and well-being. And our current systems don't even serve men to the best of their ability either, let alone women. And you just have to look at some paternity leave policies to see that. Building these systems to be safe working environments is crucial. Alongside this, safe environments for women and girls to learn in is also important. Educational, geographic, sectoral, and discipline disparities still exist, and ensuring that younger generations of women can pursue the diversity of education and career paths that they're interested in also benefits the transdisciplinary approaches needed to tackle the climate crisis and the role of ocean science within it. My interests lie in ecosystem services and social ecological systems, in particular using seaweed as a framework through which to explore these systems. To me, seaweed represents hope for the future. It will not solve all of our problems, but it is very versatile and can support many sustainable solutions. So to name just a few, it is a nutritious food requiring no freshwater land space or food. It can be used in fuels and as a plastic film substitute, and we have only just scratched the surface in terms of its carbon sequestration impacts. It also happens to be an industry that's led by women in some countries. This poses a unique opportunity to empower women in the industry. And of course, on the other side of that, it's also an opportunity to avoid exploiting the work of women who are leading the industry and avoiding the pitfalls that some other sectors have encountered in the last several decades. So the fishing and maritime industries still lag with regards to gender representation, and only 2% of the maritime workforce are women. This has led to a lack of appropriate facilities and at times unsafe working conditions for women. Perhaps examples of equitable women-led business in the seaweed sector could provide us with frameworks as we seek to improve other industries. I have been fortunate enough to work within women-dominated teams and have mostly had women supervisors. Despite the fact that while at the Ocean Decade team, I was inspired every day by my supervisor, Alison Clausen, and all of the women colleagues, of which there were many. It still saddened me that the list of executive secretaries at the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission has yet to include a woman. Numbers of women in increasing positions of power drop off significantly, and it leaves me wondering what could we achieve if this were to change. As I mentioned earlier, I feel that my path has been much easier and lighter than the paths of those I follow. I have looked up to male role models and not seen their gender as a barrier to my participation. If anything, it has driven me to join them and diversify the field. Despite that, my heart sings when I discover a new woman in ocean science to admire. There are stories I go back to when I'm having a sad day, like that of Tracy Edwards and her first all-female Whitbread Round the World sailing team. There are stories I go to when I'm fired up, like that of Asha DeVos and her work to make ocean science in the Global South more equitable, especially in her home country of Sri Lanka. I even have a running list of women role models who I add to when I discover more. The stories of the pioneers, the leading ladies, and change makers are inspiring, and sometimes inspiration is what we need to keep us going, to be able to imagine a future where the ocean is sustainably managed and gender equity is achieved. I know we will achieve this because we have to, but I hope that we also make sure we continue to be great role models for women who follow in our footsteps, not just so that we can pave the way for them to build on our work and overcome society's challenges, but so that we can continue to share stories of the women in ocean science history, their importance, and how privileged we are to continue the work they started. There are so many other women who do amazing work who I get to collaborate with, be friends with, be related to, and that is awesome. But there are so many that I couldn't have fit. There are so many of them that I couldn't have fit them all into this presentation. So to all of them, I say thank you. Thank you for showing me what's possible and for giving me confidence and hope. And thank you to all of you for listening to this talk and inviting me here to speak today.
Okay, everyone, thank you for your attention. And right now, we would like to give the floor to the teams, and we would like to hear your feedback or the feeling of like being inspired by the keynote. And we're actually we're leaving the floor for our Deputy Branch Chief Jack Lambert to lead the discussion with you. And let's welcome Jack.
Hello. Okay, so I will just very quickly just comment on the video and then try to leave some time for any questions or comments from you. But one of the things I wanted to point out, first off, I apologize because I am neither a woman or an ocean scientist, so I may not be the best person to speak on this specific subject. But diversity, equity, accessibility, and inclusion is something that I take very seriously, and I am part of AIT's volunteer council where we promote this in our office, and David is also a member of that council. The reason we chose this video was really two parts for our female students today. It was to kind of remind you that there is a growing group of female scientists that are leading this field. So we hope that you can find inspiration in that. I hope while the men, the guys that are here watching this didn't see the video and say, oh, gender equality, I don't need to pay attention because this is for my female colleagues. This is not true. It is your responsibility to make sure that your female colleagues, your classmates, your friends feel empowered and enabled to contribute, because as especially some of our teams that are here today that are from multiple different schools, multiple different countries know, more diversity means more viewpoints, and the more participation we get, the better production, the better insight we're going to have. I love that OAC is hosting this. As you saw today, the OAC minister, deputy minister, both are female leaders in their fields and very talented. So I think Taiwan is a great example in this in many ways, but we can always get a lot better. So I hope that you took these comments and this presentation to heart, and I'd be very interested in hearing any of your comments on this or questions or anything like that. I'll turn it over to the floor.
Does anyone have anything to share? Please raise your hand.
Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity. I have it's kind of feedback and also like questions, because recently have been like we use technology in good way and bad way. My first thing, like just like the keynotes were speaking about the equity in ocean conservation or ocean protection, but maybe sometimes we can have like the issue from government. Like government, they think like, okay, to protect the ocean is our duty, it's not your duty. So maybe sometimes like the special groups or the NGOs, they want to protect the ocean or to raise their awareness, but the government stop them or push them back, thinking like it's their job, their responsibility to do that. So how can we make like a negotiation between NGOs and also government to make it like everyone have role to play in protecting the oceans? And the other thing is like recently we have the issue of the how can I say, maybe bomb testing, and it's kind of, we have been like selfish because we are all thinking like, okay, ocean is the best place to test our bombs. How the strong is the bombs? Like it have been happening in Korea, South Korea, and not just Korea, in different country. But how can we stop this using technology instead of testing bombs to the ocean or in the ocean? How can we use technology to change instead of exploding the bombs to the ocean, using technology to test the strength of the bombs? Because ocean also there is marine organism, right? If we explode the bombs to the ocean, means we keep the marine organism in danger. So how can we do this? Thank you.
So thank you very much for your questions. I am definitely not an expert on missile testing regimes, so I will first focus on your first question in terms of the role of NGOs. I think how governments interact with NGOs differs very, very widely. I think in democratic societies, governments have a healthier relationship with NGOs. I think in Taiwan, there's a very, very active engagement and very active civil society. Other places, it's not so much. And even within the NGO community, there's a wide spectrum of their approaches. Some NGOs, I've worked on fishing issues, labor issue, protecting migrant fishers. Some of the NGOs that we work with are very eager to partner with the government, and they want to find ways where their skills and their knowledge complements what the government's doing so that we can work together on projects. Some NGOs prefer to do things on their own, and some of them take very aggressive approaches. And sometimes that can make it difficult for them to work with industry. They don't get along. Both of those groups have a role. The groups that are extremely vocal and are often in the news and they'll hold press conferences and they put a lot of pressure on the industry or on the government. They may not be the most popular because sometimes they can be confrontational, but they force people to pay attention to these issues. And then the NGOs that might take a less confrontational approach, well, they get to work hand in hand with government, and so they can have opportunities to get involved in some projects that maybe the others can't. So I think there's space for a lot of different type of engagement. But at the end of the day, the more involvement there is from civil society in general is the better. And governments benefit when we try to partner with civil society because civil society has expertise that government doesn't have. They have access to communities often the government doesn't have. And so I think we're all better served. And so for you, as you move forward in your careers, that's a career path that you might want to look into. Some of you may be interested in becoming academic experts or joining the government, but non-government organizations as well is another way that you can enact change and put positive pressure on governments and industry to make changes. So hopefully that helps. And then on the issue of missile testing in the ocean, obviously we should not be doing anything that's harmful for the environment. What you can do as civilians is, find ways to petition your government and make your voices heard and let them know that you support, scientific ways of doing missile testing, weapons testing, any sort of testing that isn't harmful for the environment. And so in places where there are active civil society, you can make your voices heard through those organizations. So do a little bit of research, whether you live in Taiwan or Tanzania, find out what organizations are active on these issues and see if there's ways where you could get involved or support them. And then that forces governments to listen to those points of view.
Okay, any more questions or anything else to share? And if not, we're having a short break.
I will just add one quick thing then. So today I did want to say when I was up here and we had the real short introduction for each of your groups, I think there was a good, when we talk about equity, there was a good mix between leaders who were males and leaders who were females. I noticed when in my session in the morning, the majority of the people that I heard talk were the guys. And so keep that in mind as you're doing your final presentations on the Ocean Challenge Days. Even if your team leader is a guy, make sure as a leader, you're encouraging your entire team to contribute and to get their viewpoints out there. Because as judges, we want to hear from as many of your team members as we can to hear different perspectives and also to better understand how each of you are contributing. And you want to make sure as team leaders that you're enabling every member of your team to contribute and to take part.
Okay, thank you, Jack. So let's have a short break and please get back to your seats at 3:55. And then we will have the last part for the interactive discussion on student career development. Thank you. Okay, everyone, welcome back. I know it's been a long day, and thank you for still being here with us. And this is the last part of today's finalist workshop with the interactive discussion on student career development. We have AIT Kaohsiung branch, Deputy Branch Chief Jack Lambert to lead the discussion. And we also have the special guest from the Ocean Affairs Council and the National Academy of Marine Research. And let's welcome Dr. Lin Liying Laura, the Deputy Director of International Development Department of Ocean Affairs Council. And also we have Dr. Yan Jiadai, Dr. Ray Yan, the Director of Planning and Training Center of National Academy Marine Research. And let's also welcome Dr. Lai Jianwu, Research Fellow of Marine Industry and Engineering Research Center. Okay, Jack, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I'll keep my remarks kind of brief, but I think a lot of insight that I would offer, my colleague Julius probably already kind of covered. But when you're looking at your futures and the type of careers that you want to pursue, as I mentioned a moment ago, you've got a lot of different options where you can go down the civil society route, academic, scientific route, or do what I did and join the government. And I think for me, it's a career that is, it's very rewarding. You get a chance to work in a variety of different fields, and actually, depending on the role you select, you can see real change that impacts people and policy, which can be very rewarding. There's a lot of upsides and downsides. You've got to be comfortable working in bureaucracy, which can mean you don't get to do things as fast as you would like, and you have to build a lot of consensus. But you really get an opportunity to do meaningful work, and I think I would not have chosen any other career than what I've done in the Foreign Service. And so those of you that are considering careers in government, I would advise you to take opportunities like this when you have talented colleagues from OAC or other parts of Taiwan or in your home governments. Talk to them, learn about how they got into their careers, what they like and what they don't like, and the sooner you can kind of start planning, know what you need to do to get into a specific field, be it government, academic, and get started on that, the better suited you will be. And so I'll just make those brief introductory statements, and I'm happy to answer any of the questions as we go through.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dr. Laura Lin from Ocean Affairs Council, and I'm in charge international affairs. And as all of you know, we have hosted a lot of youth events with AIT Kaohsiung branch office, and my other works in my office, we also attend the international conference, international meetings like our Ocean Conference and APEC OFWG working group meeting. So you know why I like to host a lot of youth events, just because the young people are only 25% of people in this generation, but you should carry 100% responsibility in the future, maybe after 40 or 50 years later. After 40 or after 50 years, you should carry 100% the responsibility of the earth, of the planet. So it's our responsibility now to guide you to face the challenge and the crisis of the ocean. We want to invite you to do something to improve the situation of the climate change or marine pollution. So now you know why we host a lot of youth events. And we would like to invite all of you to join our events. Then you can do something to change the situation in the future with us. Okay, so I will deliver the microphone to Dr. Yan.
Okay, thank you, Jack. And just talking about a career, right? Okay, so you are so lucky that can sit in here. I come from a farmer family in Chiayi. My first time go aboard is my 23 years old when I was a master student, and there's one travel agency come to my classroom to say, who want to buy the ticket work for me for free? I say, how much? And they say, $35,000 to New Zealand, and you have to pay your own ticket, but work for me for a month for free. I say, what? I work for you for free. But I raise my hand, say, I would like to take the opportunity. So I buy my own ticket, fly to New Zealand, and to work for the travel agency for a month for free. This is my first time go aboard. Because when I was young, I never think about I can go aboard. My parents are farmers. They work very, very hard. Say anything you have to save the money. And then in the future, buy some farm, buy some house to your children. That is your life. So I take my own opportunity to go aboard. That is a very impressive experience for me. I took so many failures, failures, and I took so many mistakes when I first time to leading the kid like you to travel in New Zealand. So this is my first time go aboard like you, or many of you. It's very, very important for you to take the opportunity to connect your dot. What is the dot? Every choice is a dot. You have so many choices. You can go out now, you can go to the toilet, you can go anywhere, but you just have one choice. But all the choice connected is a line. And the line is as treasure as a gold line. So when you mentioned to Steve Jobs, 2005, make a speech in Stanford, he mentioned about the importance of your every choice. Every choice will be very important. I graduated from Chinese Cultural University, and that's a private university. I majored tourism. And why I majored tourism? Because they, tourism, you don't have to study very hard. So you can major tourism. Yes, I can travel. And many tour guys say, if you are a tour guide, you don't have to buy the ticket. No, that's lie. You have to buy a ticket. You also have to buy the ticket. And I choose to major master of tourism. Why? Because my advisor, I can major other discipline, and I following my advisor to say, okay, stay with him to learn. So I stay to learn the tourism and especially hotel, human resource management. And then I choose to work, and I work, and then I choose to major PhD program. Why I major PhD program? Not I want to do it, because my advisor got cancer and he was sick, and his wife was studying in the PhD program and needs someone help. So I major my PhD because I going to help my advisor. That is, that is incredible. My advisor helped me to leading my career before I 25 years old. When I was 27, retired from military service, and I go to help my advisor. And then he passed away, so sad. But I go in to help my advisor's wife to graduate. So I graduate from PhD program. So when I was studying the PhD program, and I was an English teacher, and I teach many, many things. And I choose to do some project. The project is about the offshore wind power. No one doing the offshore wind power. That's why I'm here. I do the offshore wind power, but my background is human resource management. I am majoring my PhD program of human resource management, but I'm doing offshore wind power. Every time, like you are going to the conference, and we say, hey, where you come from? You are learning electric, chemical, engineering? No, I'm come from management. I said, oh, you got it wrong way. What is management coming to an offshore wind power? They can't believe that why you have to be here. You should be an engineer, like a Dr. Lai, and it's an engineer, or you are somewhere chemistry or somewhat about the oceanography. I say, no, I am not. I am human resource manager, and I in charge of counting the future talent like you are. Because everyone working in the discipline is very important to be training as that position need. So I go there and join many conferences, and I fly everywhere like you are sitting here. And I got a lot of support to support my idea to training the talent of the offshore wind power. That's why I am working in National Taiwan Ocean University 10 years ago. So after 7 years, I study hard and I got to the academic research, and I joined a lot of activities like you are sitting here, and someone see you like connecting the dot, and I know Lauren, and I know some of you, and them, they say, oh, we have an opportunity of be the directors of the National Academy. Do you want to try? It's a very struggle for me. I can be a professor sitting in my research room. It's very easy and higher salary. And I come here, the salary is lower. I say, why you want to be here? No reason. But for me, if I don't choose the opportunity, I won't be here. I'm still in my research room. I'm sitting in my comfortable zone. So go out to your comfortable zone, your future will be unlimited. And you can have a lot of opportunity for you, just connecting the dot. So this is my career, and I hope in the futures and you can pursue your own futures and being yourself, be brave, be international, and to take more opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Jian Wu Lai from National Academy of Marine Research, the same with Professor Yan. And Professor Yan originally worked for National Taiwan Ocean University. And our president invited him to become a member of our academy and lead a center. And in my side, I originally worked for another national institute, Taiwan Ocean Research Institute, the one who have a big research vessel and in Kaohsiung. And that is a Ocean Science Institute. However, as Dr. Yan mentioned, I got my PhD in engineering division. And if I introduce to others about my education background, actually I got my bachelor, master, and the PhD score in the same university, in the same department, National Cheng Kung University, Department of Hydraulic and Ocean Engineering. 4 years in bachelor in undergraduate and 3 years in master, 7 years in PhD degree. They told some, I think that is a long period in my study background compared with others. And couple weeks ago, Laura gave me a phone and invited me to join the interactive workshop with young people. I think maybe that is because I have a long study period. That is the only reason she invited me to join this. And I think that is 13 years is not a short year for any people to study in his major background. And that is a long story because I learned a lot about how to survey for what I'm interested in. And the interested proposal should also be accepted by my advisor. And then after my advisor permit for the research direction, I have to study by myself from anything, from the background, review a lot of paper and do experiment and have a summary about such as a report, a thesis. I think I'm not smart, but during the 14 years, I got three understanding. One is resilience, 韧性, resilience, because I have to, how to say that? I have to let my advisor understand what I want to do. And I have to keep on going on the research topic, even though I cannot get a lot of information from my colleague or my other classmate, because I have another characteristic. I'm wide, my interest is wide, and I try to learn a lot, not only focusing on engineering issues. So my first proposal to my advisor about my study is the sizing for a beach, how to quality the sizing view of our beach with science, based on science data. At that moment, for an engineering department, we only focusing on engineering issue. Nobody care about how to construct a beautiful landscape, including engineering concept. So that is a new topic for my advisor, and also especially to a fresh researcher like me. So it is hard work, I think. Even if you or like me have a wide interest in, you will pay a lot of attention and pay a lot of your time on get more information, more knowledge on it. And I think the third thing I would like to share with you is concentration, because such as I mentioned that you should have resilience, and you have a wide view and a wide interest in related things. At last, you have to concentrate on the things you want to do, or you will not finish. You cannot finish your degree before the limited period. So today I would like to share three concepts about my study. I learned from my long academic experience. Thank you.
You know, Dr. Lai, he is very humble, but you know, he is very successful in his research area. So if there is an opportunity, you will know him. And if you have any questions in your study, you may discuss with him. He is the representative of many international meetings. He is the representative of Ocean Affairs Council, Taiwan Republic of China. So he is very successful in his research area. So you may know him after the workshop. Yeah.
Interesting, because it represents the different ways that you can get involved in a particular field, in this case, ocean science. So we have academic, but a technical background, a managerial background, government that can be focused on one general topic where you get very deep expertise, or somebody like me who's a generalist where my expertise is about that deep but really, really wide because I may be in a different country and focusing on a different topic from tour to tour. So no matter how you do it, there's a lot of different ways to get involved. I do say the one tip that I would pass along is no matter what you do, find something that you're passionate about, that you're interested in, because you're going to be working for most of your life, so you want to do something you enjoy. And work hard, but don't forget that professional success should not ever come at the expense of your personal health, your mental health, and your family relationships. And so always try to find a work-life balance when you pursue success, and try to hit success at all those levels and not just focus on just your career too much, or else it won't be worth it in the end. So I think on that note, we want to open it up to any questions from any of you.
Yes, it's like what I just said. It's been a long day, and with so many teams, students coming from the north of Taiwan, and we would like to conclude the event early. Okay, you have any questions?
Thank you very much. My name is Drani John. I'm from Changzhou Christian University, but I'm someone from Uganda. Uganda is from Africa. My question is for you. Since you've studied for a very long time, it's really inspiring. Actually, if you are not focused, you would have given up. But because you are focused, you stayed focused. So I would like to know, during that 13 years of study, what is the biggest challenge you have faced during that year, and how did you solve it? Maybe you can tell us and also inspire us more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your interesting question. From Ghana, right? You're Ghana. Okay, sorry. Yes, it's a long period. While I was doing my master and the PhD degree, each time I back to my parents' home, they always say why you pay a lot of time on it. What are you doing? Your parents always, I think most of our parents interested on what we are doing at each period. Even until now, I'm almost 50 years old. I back to my parents' home. My mother also want to know why you have go to Taipei coastline. What did you do there? So I think the most pressure is coming from my parents. They hope me can try to find a job, and at the same age, that is the period that Taiwanese electric industry developed rapidly. While I was doing my master degree and PhD degree, that is 20 or 30 years ago. Half of my classmates go to electric industrial after they get the degree. So they get high pay compared with an ocean engineer. So that is also another pressure. So back to your question, how can I keep a long time on focusing to try to get the degree? One is I think I have to respect to my life and respect to my parents. They give me a lot of chance and try to give me budget keeping on study. And the second thing is what I was mentioned. I try to negotiate with my advisor that I only want to study. I want to study the topic which I am interested in. If that is the topic given by my professor, my advisor, I will back to question why that is important to you, to me, or to our country about the topic. So I think I'm lucky that my supervisor accept my my idea on the proposal of my study and give me a lot of funding to complete my study. That is my lucky second lucky thing. And the third one I would like to mention is during the period in academy, Taiwanese government issue a lot of award to students. We can apply to go abroad. So in my 7 years PhD degree, I think I got funding to go abroad more than 5 times. And after I get my PhD degree, I applied to go abroad for 1 year to be a postdoctor in another country, in Japan. And I think that is also feeding me to grow up. Such like you come to Taiwan, maybe you can visit another country after you get your degree here. I think that is also feeding all of us to grow better and grow much more resilience that I mentioned. Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you for sharing, Dr. Lai, and thank you for the question. I think we still have some time, and we are open for 1 to 2 more questions. And except the audience in person here, we also welcome questions from the online participants. So please raise your hand if you have any further questions. Okay, I think someone is raising hands on the screen. So can you turn on your microphone and ask your question? Okay.
You're raising your hand. So click your microphone.
Okay, please speak up for your question.
Thank you. My question is, sorry, there's a bit of feedback. My question is, what is the biggest problem that you think is present in marine conservation?
And this is a question for
as somebody again who's not a scientist, as someone who is not a scientist, I would say, but somebody who has worked with experts and with other governments, the biggest problem about marine conservation and just environmental conservation in general is the scale of the problem. It is a huge generational problem, and it takes cooperation across industry, private sector, governments, and then also internationally. And it is very difficult to reach that consensus. It is a problem where you have to look at competing needs of, do I have enough money to feed myself today and keep my children warm today, as opposed to, you know, what are my children's lives going to look like? And so these are very difficult issues to get people motivated on, because a lot of time the impact is further down the road, or it's not as immediate. So from my point of view, I think that's one of the most difficult aspects to really making more progress on ocean conservation.
Okay, thank you, Jack. If no more questions, then yep. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Michael. I'm from Tanzania. My question maybe will not relate with what we have today, but maybe we can try to think about this. Since 2010, the rate of suicide for young people, especially students, has been raised. And one among of the reason is like for Taiwanese students, maybe they have like too much pressure in their studies. So like for you guys, because you were studying before, and maybe you can try to give Taiwanese students some advice, not only for Taiwanese students, but because this happens to every country, even in my country, Tanzania. So what advice do you guys have toward this issue?
Yep, please. Thank you, Dr. Yan.
Since I'm come from the education department, so this is my field. So talking about why do you study? You study for what? Yes, because Asian study for the examination, and because we have standard examination for you to choose your university. So you have to study mathematics, you have to study literatures, and you have to study English to pass the examination and to get into a good university. So this is the pressures and most of the student they face. And a couple of days ago, and we have an interact with some principal of the high school, and he is very, very aggressive to say, we cannot ask a monkey to swim well, and you cannot ask a fish to climb the tree. And you say climb the trees, it's everyone have to do that. He is a fish, and he is a monkey. He's good at climbing the tree. He's not good at swimming. But you say swimming is very important for everyone, so I will take the examination for you to swim. But maybe you are a monkey, maybe you are a dog. You are not good at that. So, but you have to fit in the standard. What is the standard? The standard is made by professors of education program. We take the responsibility. We know we cannot ask every one of you to be the same as I am. No, everyone have their own interest in you, your future, in your life. One expertise can be survived in the society. Not every expert, but you have to face that. Can you face the challenges of studying your basic subject? What is basic subject? You need to understand about communication. You have something to talk with others. So when you want to have the choice, the best is your best competency. So what is the best competency? Best competency is teaching you to survive in the society. So we also call it literacy. So you are learning literacy. You are not learning the examination idea. You are not going to pass the examination. You have to contribute yourself in the society. So to focus on your interest, to focus on what you want to emphasize. Like you are here, we also care about the ocean. This is your advantage. So you take your advantage to face your competencies. So you can talk many things when you experience more experience in ocean literacy, ocean science, oceanography, and you face some ocean conservation area. That is your competitive advantage. So under the baseline of the subject, don't give yourself too many pressure. So try to enhance, try to maximize your interest. That will be that you have a competitive advantage in the future. So good luck to you, and choose your own favorite things, and you will be a very good things in the future. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Yan, thank you for sharing. And we're close to questions and making a conclusion for today's workshop. So the final part would be, oh, sorry, Dr. Laura Lee.
Before we ended the workshop, I would like to say all of you performed very well today. And please give a big applause to all of us. And I would like to suggest you may think much more about the suggestions and comments of the experts in advising section today. Then you can perform great in the Ocean Challenge event in June. So good luck to all of you in Ocean Challenge event in June.
Okay, now let's welcome our guests to step in front of the teams for a group photo. And for all the student teams, please stand up and hold your signs of the school and teams' names. And for our guests, please leave some room for the screen on the ground for the online participants. Thank you. And let's wait for our photographers to set up. This is the first part of the group photo, and later we'll invite everybody to step in front of the stage. Okay, this is the last part for today, and please show your big smiles. Okay, now please move forward. We're having a group photo with everybody in front of the stage. So we will have some students to like line up in front of the guests, and for the rest of the teams at the back and on the both sides of the guests. Thank you. Don't forget to bring your signs of the school and team names. And please huddle closer and listen to the photographer's guidance.
我们要请大家尽量的集中哦，因为我们的队伍比较长，好，尽量的往中间移动，谢谢。
好，那个有戴口罩的，
可以摘掉口罩，对。
戴口罩同学，到了这边还有，好，好看这里哦。 好，我们大家一起说7哦，我说5、6，你们说7哦，5、6。我们比个赞哦哈，比个赞。
好，那个后面高科大的还有康桥国际学校，可以帮我把牌子降低一点点吗？因为你们会动到投影幕的画面。高科大的同学们，不要关，不要关，因为需要看到 AIT 可以交流座谈。对，好。
好，我们比个赞哦，1、2、3。
可以一起说 Ocean Challenge 赞，1、2、3 Ocean Challenge 赞。好，我把投影幕关掉，再来一张好吗？让学生可以举起牌子。玉慈可以帮我吗？投影幕。再一次。 哦，有了，再按一次。好 ，OK， 那大家可以把你们的牌子举起来了。好啊，可小心不要挡到后面的同学们 ，OK。好，1、2、3，赞。那比个爱心，耶。好，比耶。好 ，OK 吗 ？OK， 好，谢谢。
Okay, thank you, everybody.
那谢谢今天大家的参与，然后等一下，请各位决选团队要离开的时候，你们的队牌请留在原位，然后出场的时候，请把识别证交还给工作人员，穿绿背心的工作人员，识别证要交还给工作人员，然后离开时外面需要签退，同时领取餐盒，每人有1个餐盒。还有一个海洋委员会给大家的纪念品，请大家一定要领取，并且签退，还有归还物品之后再离开，谢谢。